Okay, it is Deck Tech Day. As always, you know that you can go to the link in the corner to our Ko-fi to get a deck tech for the day. I stream every Wednesday except for the Wednesdays that I don't, starting at 2 p.m. PST. And yeah, today we are brewing some decks for the show. As you all know, we're doing a series where every month we do the next letter in the alphabet, and every commander in the pod starts with that letter. And we need to build the F game. And so I've brought up every commander that starts with the letter F. Which, by the way, if you look up here, this is how you do that. Me and Kuro discovered this specifically for this, for building for this series. Which is just name, colon, / arrow. I don't know. What's the name? What is the name for that character? The up arrow, the little up arrow, the exponent arrow, the uppies, and then the letter, and then you finish it with another / and it will only find you cards that start with that letter. And I believe if you add more, like here's only commanders who start with FA. A carrot? What's Newth's up arrow notation? But yeah, here's everything. And so I'm hoping that we get some inspiration here. For how we want to form this F pod, because while there is the immediate requirement that everything starts with the letter F, there's a lot that you can work with there. Like we still want to build pods in the way that we normally do for Decked Out, which means aiming for a variety of archetypes. We don't want 2 decks doing the same thing. We want a representation of all 5 colors, not a requirement, but ideally, because we want to make everybody happy. Maybe throw in a little new hotness, some fan favorites, some obscure commanders. We want variety. We want as many people as possible to be interested in the episode. And then the last thing is if I can do something stupid and cute with it, then I will. That's the bonus for me. So like with the A pod, doing a deck that only had cards that started with A, or doing the A-est that I could. So like first commander alphabetically was one, Ang, and then attempts this for all cards that start with A, and then the most popular by the numbers A commander, which was Atraxa, and then the possibly chronologically first A commander, which was Axelrod. So now you're thinking, so Rob the Prince says, yeah, could you partner Falthus with another F commander? You could. There are, in fact, only 2 possible commanders with partner that start with F. So we could do Falthus, commanders who control have Menace and Death Touch, partnered with the only other possibility, good old Francesco. If you know, you know. So it would be mono black. And Francisco also has another F in the name. Francisco Foul Marauder. They don't really have synergy. So like giving Francisco Death Touch and Menace does not do much. It makes him very evasive, so unlikely to be blocked. And Falthus, not a pirate, so does not synergize with Francisco, but it could be an interesting way to like see how to blend these together. Hello, dog boy. So we do fee fi fo fum. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All right, so this is currently in alphabetical order. So let's see if that's doable, because I have some other thoughts, but we'll get to that. All right, so Fee, we have a lot of FE commanders. Phi, actually a good number of them as well, and some popular ones. Like Firelord Azula is, I just combined Azula and Zuko. Azula is real, like one of the most popular commanders in the past couple of years, but man, is she hard to build for content. She either does the thing or does not. But yeah, plenty of other Phis. Do we have foes? Ooh, the foes are a little tougher. We only have one foe. That would be Fortune Loyal Steed, with Folk Hero as a background, but the only F commander with choose a background is Faceless One. And then is there a FUM? That's the deal breaker, isn't it? There are two FUMs. There are two FUMs. Fumiko, the Low Blood, and Fumulus, the Infestation. So it could be done. That's definitely, that's very cute. Hi, Zombie Token. We are deciding who to build. We're putting together the F pod. Hi, Lightcraft. We're gonna say no to Flubs. I love Flubs. Flubs is awesome. However, we currently have a game in the tank where Flubs was played. So that would mean we run the risk of two Flubs games hitting very close to each other. So Flubs will not be in the F pod. Yeah. What creature type is Faceless One? Background. Which not a creature type. It does not have a creature type. Blue and White Faramir. He gets no love. Yeah, because he's bad. Which one? Which one? I want to say we've played one of these on the show. Monarch one. I think we've played this. Yeah. Wow, Nerd Girl telling me that I must put Flubs into this pod, even though I said no. Flubs is also Flubs is also a really tricky deck to build for content, because we want to see Flubs do the thing, right? And his thing is take a million game actions with no cards in hand, so you have to figure out your play each time. He's a really cool commander. He is very bad for content. This is for decked out. This is not for me. Hi Cecil. We're building the F pod. Yeah, build the fairest fundamental Magic Flubs deck ever built. But that's the thing, is like it's a good concept, but then everybody that comes in expecting to see the one thing that Flubs does, not seeing the one thing that Flubs does. Let me I'm going to throw out some ideas that have also been rattling around in my brain for the F pod. I believe there are, this would be really stupid. I don't think this is a good idea, but I want to talk about it. There are enough F backgrounds for every player to have one, I believe. Because we have Far Traveler. We have Feywild Visitor. We have Flaming Fist. We have Folk Hero. And then you give everybody Nameless one. Or Faceless one. Not Nameless one. That's a wizard card. So in order to get their background to work, they have to play 5 mana 3/3. It's bad. It's bad because typically if you do something like that, even though the idea is funny, people would just not play these cards. Another thought, I mentioned this earlier while we were just like kind of chatting, is the F-bomb deck, where it doesn't really matter who the commander is, but we make it like a big mana deck or a ramp deck or like something that's good at cheating in big things, and we fill the whole deck with all like bomb rare cards. So it's all F bombs. Because like that seems to play in well with like a green strategy or like Gruul. You could definitely do that with like red. Something like that. It also feels like, how do we not do a Fibblethip deck in the F pod? You know, one of Magic's 12 mascots. Two Fibblethip, two Feather. Yeah, Feather also like super popular. I'm interested to see what a Feather deck looks like in 2026. Hi, Lekman. Is Felithar already in the pod? Felithar is not already in the pod. I'm trying to lean away from Felithar the Steadfast because I feel like every other deck that we play on the show is a toughness matters deck. This Felithar, though, could be very interesting. Fibblethip kind of boring. I definitely disagree. Like, we can Fibblethip Lost in the Range, I think is interesting. And then Fibblethip the Lost, we probably have to find like a new way to do it, or we'd be trying to do the Fibblethip Proteus Staff combo, but we'd have to find a balanced payoff for it. If you all don't know how that combo works, if you use Fibblethip with Proteus Staff, it puts the creature on the bottom of its owner's library. That creature reveals cards from the top of their library until they hit a creature card, and then they put that on the battlefield and the rest on the bottom of their library in any order. But if you target Fibblethip, you shuffle it into its owner's library, and at that point, you just use the commander replacement rule, and if there are no creatures in your deck, you then go through your entire deck, fail to find a creature, but because this is the old templating of put the rest on the bottom in any order, you then get to arrange your entire deck in exactly the order that you want. I don't know that we can make that work well for content, but that's like the infamous Fibblethip combo. Let's see. Are you lagging badly? No. But I do see your suggestion for Felix 5 boots, which is we double F. Double F. We don't get cards to put cards on the bottom of the library. No. So the cards like this that don't have necessarily a limit of how many cards that they're looking at had their templating changed because of this reason. But cards like Stock Up, which you cannot change how many cards you're looking at, will still sometimes have the in any order text. But yeah, that is what's happening there. Yeah, Felix 5 Boots, I believe, has been played. It might have already been played twice on the show before. I gotta figure out which one of these browsers actually gives me access to the spreadsheet. What commander? Felix 5 Boots. I believe it's been played for sure once. I don't know if it's gotten a second one. I gotta remember to bookmark it on this PC. Oh God, what happened? How did that happen? Sorry, I don't know how we got in the country, and why it took me that long. I put on a playlist that's all songs that start with F. So. But I didn't really look at the whole thing. Maybe I should, so I don't get in trouble. Okay. Yeah, I think they're all pretty normal songs. Great. One episode. Okay, so we could do Felix 5 Boots again. How many double Fs do we have? Felithar Dawn. Is that the one that? Yeah, I think this is an interesting commander. That's Dogboy. So this was also a thing that I considered is the all Frodo bot because they are kind of different. Because you do Frodo and Sam, and this is a foods deck. You do Frodo Baggins, which is ring tempt. You do Frodo Determined Hero, which is equipment, maybe Voltron, and you do Frodo Sauron's Bane, which is try and level him up to one-shot a player. Hi, Red. Hi, Lumberjack. I do think that Freya Crescent is a good commander. However, I don't think that she is interesting in a content way. I think she's interesting in a game, like in a gameplay way, because having a 1-mana dork in the command zone is very strong, and then she also becomes a threat because of the flying. But yeah, I think she's not terribly interesting as a standalone commander if you're building for content. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Nerd Girls. Do we have a game that we will hopefully get to do someday for like Arch Enemy, fully Final Fantasy IX theme. So we got to save her. Yeah, Felisa is also a double F. And this is what? If whenever non-token creature you control dies, if it had counters on it, create that many Inklings. Okay. That's... We did just get a bunch of new counters cards and counters matters cards from Lorwyn. Yeah, Far Fortune also. I was considering Far Fortune because I feel like that's one of those... Where are you, Far Fortune? This is in alphabetical order. I should not be guessing where things are. Far Fortune. I think Start Your Engines in the command zone is really interesting. I like the commanders that can do this, but her costing 4, which, you know, we can say you're likely to be playing this on turn 3. And then you're adding 1 to damage. Definitely a possibility. Yeah, max speed on turn 6 at the earliest. Yeah. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, max speed turn 6 the earliest if you're not getting really weird with it. But red can double triggers. You could favor whatever favor card. Copy the speed trigger. But that's very niche. Yeah, that's the thing with Start Your Engines. I don't think that you build a Start Your Engines deck. I think you build a deck around the commander and what it does when you're at max speed. And I think that stands true for all of them. Which does feel a little sad. Yeah. What else? What else is in here? You can play the max speed lands and feels it. Yeah. But a lot of those cards are not good. And there's still not enough of them for you to like reliably have one opening hand. And even with that consideration, like what she does when you're at max speed is add a damage to things that happen to opponents. Already video with Felix 5 boots. Yes. It's I want to say it was like ninjas. But yeah, episode 123. But I think that would be an interesting one that people like that should have a bunch of new toys since then. I wouldn't mind building one of the other Fire Lords. I think could be interesting. Ozai or Zuko. Ooh, Cecil, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Far Fortune, Felix 5, Felisa Fang. We were not doing flubs. Francisco Fowl, Faramir Field, which is the uncommon, I think, so probably not him. Yeah. End step, if a creature died under your control, draw a card, and when the ring tempts you, if you choose a creature other than Faramir, make a 1/1. and then Fang, which this makes me sad. So Fang and Vanille fuse together to form Ragnarok. But you can't put Vanille in a Fang deck. You can put Fang into a Vanille deck, but you can't do it the other way around. So if we made Fang, you can't meld. Yeah, Finn the Fang Bearer. We have played Finn before, and we'll be doing Finn again. We actually built that. Did we build that on stream? Yeah. You can, Rob. Is that regarding Fang? Because as far as I know, this does not factor into this identity, right? Yeah. See, note that the permanent represented by the combined back faces is colorless. Unless it has a color indicator. Oh wait, well, hold on. It does have a color indicator, but I'm pretty sure that this does not work. Called Rule 0. Boo. No. So the thing you don't realize is as soon as we rule 0 at all, then numbers go down. Like I think Rule 0 is awesome for the games that you play with your friends, but I don't know. The greater community does not look for that content. Actively goes against that content. Okay. Yeah, I think Fang is a solid card, but okay. So I should probably make some decisions here. If we did double Fs, I think Felix Five Boots is great. I think Far Fortune we could totally make work. That means we don't have white. So Felisa, we could definitely do, and that's 3 separate archetypes right now. We have doubling combat triggers. We have counters of any type on creatures, and like kind of Rakdos aggro or Rakdos ping. No, so now we've represented all colors at least, but I think the problem is that the fourth commander, all the options are not that great. Also, I should do a double check to see if there's anything here where I'm like, oh, I just want to build this. I always thought the other feather was interesting. I don't. Have we done Foulhorn? Because that's also a very popular commander that I feel like has just continued to get more and more toys. Oh, Pride Partners. That's true. I think we probably would not overlap themes. We would do like if we end up doing that, uh, then it would be its own. Yeah, the fate. I don't think we're gonna do the faithless one thing because like the idea is funny, but then when you put it into like a real game with three other decks that we've like three other real decks, then you have to like really like I don't know. You're playing like a card or really two cards down. Falthus, Francisco can do mono black aggro. They can. I feel like that's the we've got a lot of good options for getting black into the pod without having to do that. Like Felisa, Felix, Far Fortune, all have black. I think that the joke of the two partners that start with F is not strong enough for the setback that you get for what the deck does. That's a good point, Wendy's. That's all right. Let's start with Felix because I think this one seems like a fine fit for first. It's a double F. It's a cool commander. It covers 3 colors, and I think it's gotten a lot of things since people were looking at this before. So yeah. Good night of luck, man. Nah, if we're building Felithar, then I'm gonna do the other Felithar. Felix 5 foot, yeah. First, that you know what? That's a good point. That's a good point. I would count them. You know what? Does this? Let me see if this works. Does this work? No. Well, actually, maybe if I do this, maybe it doesn't need the quotations. I don't know how these things work. Oh, it does work. It does work. Here's all of the commanders that start with the F. Good call. Good call. There wasn't a Doctor's Companion that did this, though, right? Just build a Fire Nation drill deck. Hmm. Yeah, Falcon would be funny. I think this card's good. We haven't got anything for a while with Suspend, right? Like not since this set. Also, like, the best things that this deck wants to do is cast balance, which is not fun. Okay, all right, hold on. Okay, so let's start with Felix Five Boots and figure out what we're doing there. Okay. Give me stacks, give me mana value. All right. Felix Five Boots. What has come out recently that is new hotness for Felix Five Boots? Oh, like all of the sneak stuff. All of the sneak stuff. Every sneak. All sneak. So sneak. Much sneak. Sneak stuff. Keeping bracket 3. Keeping bracket 2. Keeping bracket 2. Is sneak a damage trigger? It's not, but almost all of the sneak things care about connecting for damage. And like it also just works with the deck. Like we would not make this a sneak themed deck, but all of the sneak stuff are the new cards that would work well in this deck. Oh god, you know what's hold on. We need Shredder, but we need the which one is it? This one. Shadow Master. When Shredder attacks, for each other opponent, make a token that's tapped and attacking. And when he hits a player, that player loses half their life rounded up. Also, the Shark Shredder also probably pretty good. New swords? No. I think the only sword that came out since that. No, actually, no. I don't think any new swords have come out since Thunder Junction, because the last one was in Thunder Junction. Wow. Shark Shredder is actually really good, right? Because it's got first strike. You sneak it. It hits a player. It steals 2 creatures from their graveyard because of Felix Five Boots. And then if those creatures have combat triggers, you double them because you're still going to regular strike damage. All right, hold on. Let's look at all of the sneak cards for this deck. Because we don't really want the instants and sorceries that sneak. Like, I'm not ruling them out, but we want creatures that actually connect for damage. Oh my god. Michelangelo. That's very scary. Right? We have to do Michelangelo. That's so much. Put a creature and land from your hand on the battlefield. God. All right. I think that's good for sneak. Cuz like I'm looking for I always want to look for the new spice because we I don't know. I think every deck that we play on the show should have some fresh cards to play around with. Oh, you know what else was good for this? From Lorwyn, Flitterwing Nuisance. This is double duty. It is both a cheap creature with evasion that we can sneak or ninja or whatever we're gonna do, and it itself gives your creatures a it sets up a wait. Hold on. If a creature you control dealing combat damage to a player causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that does not work with Flitterwing Nuisance. This is an activated ability that sets up a... do I need... hold on. Do I need to... oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. I was worried. I couldn't see my camera. I thought I might be in the way of the words, but... so this actually does not work. Like, it's not bad here, but it sets up the opportunity for one of us to misplay. Because if I don't remember this, or if I'm not in the pod, and somebody doesn't catch that it works... so like we'll consider this, but it does kind of not work. Primal Odin makes a player lose twice. That's funny. All right. So now we've got our new spice. What direction do we want to take this in? This could be super tricky combat. We go ninjas, which I think is what we did before. Actually, I don't know why we're asking questions. We can look. Don't forget, everybody. The Decked Out Show account has all of our decks that we've ever played on the show before. I just want to... let's see what we did. All right, so this is ninjas. This is ninjas. Yeah, I think this is actually... yeah, this is Senpapi Gabe's personal build, and it is very ninja focused. So let's not do a ninja focused version. Felix. What is the interesting direction to go with you that is not ninjas? And I don't want to do theft. We did get a sword, the Buster Sword. Oh, that is... good point. Good point. Yes. I would love to see... I would love to see double Buster Sword trigger. Fishing gear. Forget exactly how this works, right? Deals combat damage to your player, exile top of their library. If it's a permanent, battlefield under your control. If you don't, you get a fish. Not fishing gear? Why not fishing gear? Omen Keel? The Omen Keel is actually pretty decent with ninjutsu, but it's theft unless you just go for the fish. Like, I'm not against theft overall. I just don't think I'm gonna make this a theft, like, theft the theme of this deck. Venus. Counter on it, deals combat damage. You can pay 1. Blah. Not even the real Venus de Milo. Imposter syndrome. Oh God. I think for the oh God. Okay, so now, because this is the other thing too, is I just built a deck for the show. What was it for? What did I... I'm also trying to not cross into the same... All right, don't look, because maybe this has... Oh, right. It was for... We did this on the stream. Oh, we did not do this on the stream. We did not do this on stream. So here, I'll show you all. Because the other day we built the E-Pod. And we did not build the Edric deck on the stream. We built the other 3. And I ended up making the Edric deck. And I was like, I don't know what I want to do with this. So I decided to jam every copy of Coastal Piracy that I could find into the deck. So I also don't want the Felix 5 Boots deck to be all deal combat damage draw. It turns out there are a lot of Coastal Piracies, by which I mean hit a player, draw a card. I know I'm being very specific. And like, I don't know. I like to have as much representation of different things on the show as possible. Quiet as Spike might be too much. I mean, I put Shredder in here. Oh God. All right. Yeah, I gotta switch this playlist. Keeps jump scaring me with country. Yeah, I need like Shredder isn't. That's true. Yeah, Sphere Grid is very good. Yeah, player or creature hits a player, put a counter on it, so double that, and you're then helping your creatures to get through on the on other turns because they now have reach and trample. I know that I'm gonna find something, and that something is going to like inspire. The zombie token, it's not 90s country. It's like the current like bad pop country. What is the thing? What is the thing that does it? What is where there's like is this the F-bombs deck? Maybe this is the F-bomb deck. Maybe we do like the biggest, fattest creatures with combat triggers. Because like, I think that's not a good build for Far Fortune. I think it's not a good build for Felisa. And we're not for sure building these, but this is like kind of what's in my head. Like Feldon would be good for F-bombs. I think it's not good for like Felithar. You could do like Freyalise or like another mono green for F bombs. Yeah, Feather would also not be good for F bombs. Oh, like Fang would be. Yeah, it feels like a good F bomb deck. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's the way. Maybe that's the thing for this one. Okay, so what are the biggest, chunkiest? Because like Michelangelo Improviser really leans into this nicely. Shark Shredder leans into this nicely. Did like O'Hare Castlem. Deals combat damage to a player, reveal that many from the top, put a creature in a land on the battlefield. Okay, yeah. This is, I think, the direction that we go in, which makes this different. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so talk to me. What big, old, heavy hitting things with combat damage triggers are we looking for? Ink guys, we don't have to eliminate ninjas or eliminate theft or any of these things that I've talked about. I'm just not going to make those the theme of the deck. So I think Ink Eyes is cool. Oh god, Kitsune. But the problem with Kitsune is we are likely to have the biggest things on the board. So all this is really going to do is like scramble our opponent's creatures, which is like fine. I'll put this in the sideboard. Because like I think it's unlikely we're going to want to give our stuff away. Newer coma. Wow, that's not a good picture. Giant Adaphage, if it can find it. Hits a player, make 2 giant Adaphages. Oh yeah, the ancient dragons. I think I'm good with all of these, right? brass, bronze, silver. It's funny, the ancient silver might kill somebody. Like, might kill the pilot. But whatever. Oh, yeah. I like... Not Kark of Sakiko. Mark. Yeah, this is... Yeah, hit a player, make that much mana. I don't remember what the name... It's Tanuki Transplanter. There we go. Same thing, yeah. Cybership. I think this card is fine, right? It just steals opponent's stuff as 2/2s. But it is big. I like it. I like it. Ikra Shadiki. Is that when it hits? I never played this card. Yeah. Cool. And that actually that works really nicely because all of our stuff is massive. Oh. E. Unstoppable Slasher. I think I'll probably avoid Unstoppable Slasher because if our theme is F-bombs, that's like little thing that's difficult. Oh yeah, we got Coma in there. Ew. Ooh, there we go. Freebird. That's all right. Old Gnawbone for more ramp. I think it's I think Old Gnawbone is also one. It's like not soft banned in the way that like Sensei's Divining Top and Rhystic Study are, but that card, the snowball potential for Old Gnawbone is a little too strong for... I have definitely avoided putting it into decks for a while. The mana curve? Oh, we'll make up for the mana curve. Don't worry. Right now we're putting in the good stuff. Oh, wait, no, not this one. So whenever a creature you control deals combat damage during your turn, you put that many counters on it. Conclave Sledge. Kazur. We can run Kazur and Ukima, right, in this? Kazur, creature you control deals combat damage to a player, put a counter on it, and... Ukima. Can't be blocked, so decent for our Ninja-ing. Yeah, super state. Oh, God. I mean... Oh boy. We're gonna be one-shotting the table. Wand of Orcus. Make zombies. What is it based on? What is it just like the number of okay, it's an amount of combat damage. Second Green Galta. That's another one like Old Gnawbone where I'm like the potential for it to the potential for it to produce a game where players get eliminated before they can do an interesting thing is too high. Yeah, it is tricky. It is tricky because you want this to do a cool thing. Oh, no. We're absolutely doing Blade Griff prototype. That's exactly what we're looking for here. Combat damage to a player, destroy target non-land permanent that player's choice and one of your opponent's controls. Absolutely. That's what we're looking for in this bracket 2 F-bombs deck. Glowing one? I don't think I know glowing one. It's cute, but it's too specific. Like, what it does not synergize with anything else that we're doing. Power Fist also good. I think okay, so if our goal here is to get a very large creature on board and get it in for combat damage, I think we need to build towards that. So we don't need as much support stuff. We don't need as many of these like equipment things because the creatures themselves should do enough. And adding this extra layer just like invites a player to really get blown out by Nerd Girl holding one swords to plowshares. So I'm going to focus more on setting up to get one creature in. So the turns leading up to that should help to support that creature. So like haste enablers being good, or even like haste enablers, ramp. You know what? Genji Glove, I can make an exception for because that's like kind of a unique thing that we can't get extra combats anywhere else, and extra combat, very good for this. But yeah, I think something like Wand of Orcus, we would not be using. I probably end up cutting fishing gear since we would rather be putting our own stuff onto the board. Archpriest is good. Yeah, like backup in general is pretty solid. Mirko bleh. Oh, I think we still need to put like the ninjas in, or like the big ninjas. Cause Silent Blade Oni, that's a beefy boy. And being able to like swing our Birds of Paradise in. All right, let me take a look at some of these things that you all are suggesting, but I don't remember exactly how Marco works. Combat damage reveal until they... yeah, but like, unless our deck is dedicated mill, then you don't throw one mill card in. Can't be blocked unless defender pays 3 for each creature they control that's flying it. That's very funny. Let's see. Artful Dodge, I know that one. Can fill those little bits in later. Destined Thief, I think it's just card draw. Yeah, and we're not really doing party stuff. When more creatures you control deal with counters on them deal combat damage to a player. Put target creature or vehicle from that player's graveyard into the battlefield. We have other stuff that does it better. It's like we do have a decent number of things that are putting counters on things, but like the fact that this has layers to what we want to put together when we can just do it with other cards. Master Predicaments. Deals combat damage to a player. Choose a card in your hand. They guess whether the card's cost is greater than 4. If they guessed wrong, you may cast a card without paying its mana cost. Have I ever been tempted to play Thought Steve? I assume you mean Thought C's effects specifically get swords out of Nurkle's hand. No, because I know every time that I do it, it won't be there. Bomat Courier? Yeah, but you can't play Bomat Courier in this deck. Sphinx Ambassador. You all are too Maulhound pilled. Master of Predicaments, that's funny. I don't know that it makes the final cut, but it's funny. Hey! Hiram Commandiert. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. We're dropping F-bombs today. We're building a Felix 5 Boots commander deck for decked out to be played on the show, and it's all big old bombs that we're dropping. So that is our F-bomb deck. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Sharding Sphinx. This is like not good, right? Because it's only triggering on its on artifact creatures, and it's only making one Thopter. I'll consider it because it's a funny name. Exponential and double. Yeah, but it's like one of those cards that's like kind of it's its own thing. Irma. It's possible. It's kind of like haste, actually. Like that idea. Silent Hall Creeper is a cool one for this deck. The other question is, how are we getting these creatures in? Like, how are we getting them on the board and getting them to connect? And I don't mean like individual cards. I know you all can suggest plenty of cards that allow that to happen, but like, what is the strategy? Oh, Elvish Piper and Ovia. All right, we can cheat these creatures in early. That's definitely a possibility. We definitely have to consider like what happens. You want haste for Piper? I mean, like, kind of. But at that point, you're paying 5 mana, right? 4 for the Piper, 1 for the ability, with a haste enabler on board. At that point, I'm just like, let me just play my creature. I'm not against casting them. Like, very doable. We can ramp with green. I think that's reasonable. It's that's why I'm asking this question is like, okay, do we just jam a bunch of ramp into here and then fill the top end with these creatures? Or are we looking for a different method of doing that? Polymorph effects? I think we have too many creatures for polymorph to really work. Several ways to morph, manifest, cloak them. Sure, but then we also have to add ways to be able to flip them. And like, you all are making good suggestions. I'm just like kind of walking through them as you go. because it helps to have like a direction that you're headed in so that you can focus on that part of it as opposed to just individual pieces. Appreciate it, Laundry. Because like we have the meat of the deck now, right? We have the thing that we want to do, which is put big stupid creature on board, and like these are very interchangeable. We just put big creatures in. Yeah, because we could also, this could be a reanimator deck. This could be reanimator. I think that's a reasonable angle to go. We've already got some stuff like Archpriest of Shadows that cares about stuff in our graveyard. Ancient Brass Dragon, which cares about stuff in our graveyard. We could lean in that direction also. That's possible. What is the thing, though, that ties this together? Are there small creatures that allow you to put stuff on the board for free if they connect? Not that cheap. Do all of them? That's not my typical building style. I like being able to focus on a particular one so then you can add stuff that supports that angle. Ramp on combat damage. Definitely doable. I don't know what we've got. Okay, let's see if there's, because if there are enough creatures that produce mana in some sort of way from combat damage, I think that's the cleanest way to do this. And then we can start, because like the evasion we can do in so many different ways. So let's look for land or mana or treasure, or I'm not putting the ores in here. I need to put the ores. Or I think that covers it. We already have Marcus Sikiko. Grim Hireling. There we go. Grim Hireling and Rev. Yes. Writ of Return. Writ of Return. I don't remember that card. But yeah, I think the idea for Grim Hireling and Rev, because those both produce treasures on hits. And then Writ of Return. Oh, this is the Cypher spell. Yeah, I'm on board with that. Hello, Saretha. Okay, right, back to my search. Modified creatures. I think that's a little tricky. We have what? Okay. Oh, Nashi, actually. This lets you kind of cheat a big creature out if you hit one. Wrong search. One with nature. Yeah, yeah. This is also though like I'd prefer to have it just on the creature. I know we've already put a couple things in there, and like one with nature is probably good enough anyway because it's so cheap. Um, Marcus Sakiko, yeah, we got that in there. Hello, not Mitchell. um, oh, Frogantua. This is really nice here. Combat damage to player, mill that many cards, put any number of lands from them onto the battlefield tapped. So ramp gets bigger when a player dies, which I love this card. And it also sets us up for the little bits of reanimate that will be that we have in the deck. That's what I'm looking for. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Oh, Evercoat. This is also what I'm looking for. So Hideaway 3 twice, and when it hits a player, you can play one of the exiled cards. But since we're doubling it, it'll just do both right away. Yeah. Okay. This is feeling like the right way to go. Hearth and Home and Nature's Will. I mean, both I think are pretty reasonable. I still want to look for them on creatures first. Ah. Deep Root. Combat damage to player. Surveil 1. Return a land from a graveyard to battlefield tapped. That is kind of what we're looking for. So anyway, we could run Sakiko as bad old Gnawbone. Sakiko looks like Windmore. Yeah, I think it's not what we're looking for because of a 3-color deck also. Oh, we do have the OG Centaur Rootcaster, which happened before one with nature. Michelangelo, oh yeah, Michelangelo's already in. That was kind of a little bit of the inspiration for this. Yeah, I think we got to go with Rootcaster, right? Also, Initiate's Companion, combat damage to a player, untap target creature or land, so that like it does not allow us to cast one big thing in a turn though, which is what we're looking for. I think I'm okay with Horde Robber here as well. Like, this is essentially ramp. It's making a treasure on hit. It's probably like, it's probably not worth it, right? We just put a rock or a dork at 2 mana. Who made the Kane suggestion? I'm feeling that more and more because we're breaking parity because we can possibly double this trigger, so we get more out of it than our opponents do. Canoptech doesn't work. Canoptech Wraith doesn't work because it's when it does combat damage, you can damage to a player. You may pay 3 and sacrifice it. If you do, you can search for 2 lands. But by the time the second trigger looks for the Wraith to sacrifice, you don't have it, so you cannot get lands. Kane is the same. If they do, you draw them. Oh, boo. Get out of here. How do we feel about Gitrog? Because you can saddle it with more than one creature. It has haste, which is haste and trample, which is really nice for what we're trying to do here. And then draws cards and ramps us. Gitrog is too much of a bomb? I don't think so. Because what this is an ideal kind of card for what we're playing. Like the way that we play our games, right? Because it allows a player to kind of like commit to this move fairly safely because of the haste. We then are putting tapped lands onto the board and drawing cards. This player then looks scary and is setting themselves up for a really good next turn. I think this is what we're doing. Yeah, Kane does work. Let's see. Deals combat damage to a player. That player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards, create that many type of treasure tokens, and lose a much life. Yeah, that should work. Yeah. Okay, cool. How do you plan on getting evasion? Oh, we're going to figure that out. we will figure that one out. How first ability goes off, you gave them away? Yes, but the player can still gain control of a creature that they already have control of. So, like, the difference is with the Canoptech, what's its face, you sacrifice it, and it's looking for, hey, did you pay 3 mana and sacrifice this? Then get your lands. So you cannot sacrifice it a second time. But you can gain control of a creature that you already control. So this is looking to see, hey, did that player gain control of Kane? Great, do the thing. So that should work. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think we're cutting this fishing gear. I think the Buster Sword can stay. This works, right? Key to the vault. Yeah, that's also a great way for us to get big creatures onto the board. Okay. So now we need, I think, some bread and butter pieces for the deck, and some ways to do our evasion. Avenging Druid. If I could spell at all. Damage his opponent. You may reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land. Put that... Why didn't this show up? That's totally what we're looking for. Maybe I just didn't look... I didn't go far enough down. I thought I looked at this other page. Weird. Is it just a damage trigger? Because that's... This creature deals damage to an opponent. Uh-huh. I'm just gonna, you know what? Let me just, I'm just gonna save that card real quick for my own personal, just gonna take a look. Just gonna save this into my phone. Yeah. Yeah, add it to your cart now because it probably means I'm making a video on it. Okay. Regalia. Is the Regalia combat damage or attack? Because if it's attack, then I'm just going to put ramp in. Yeah, it's just an attack. It's just a second Hermit Druid, yeah. Look, we can't talk about this right now or I will not finish this deck. Oh. Hold on. There's one more. We need this is the one I want, right? Scoundrel. Yeah. Deals combat damage to player, put a counter on it, draw a card, discard a card. If there are 4 counters on it, cast the discarded card without paying its mana cost. This is another way for us to cheat stuff in with combat damage triggers. All right. So now let's drop our staples in. Some pieces that are good for the deck, and then we'll take a look at evasion and how we actually want to approach that. Oh, actually, is Grazilax good here? Probably not, right? Because we actually don't want to be bouncing our very expensive creatures. Herd Heirloom, yeah, I like that as a piece. Yeah. Oh yeah, we definitely want our turn 1 dorks. Um Horde Robber for early. Yeah, no, we went over Horde Robber earlier. I don't think it's worth it. I think I'd at that point I'd just rather make it a mana rock or something. Wild Growth or Utopia Sprawl, possibly. Let's see. Is it like I feel like there's something that I'm missing that is like a little crossover of these things. GTA or Pip-Boy? I don't think so, because I think we need them to like once we've got a creature on board that's doing the thing. Yeah, but I think we're going to fill these spots. Like we put the pieces in that are probably going in, and then we adjust from there. Because to me, turn 1 ramp into mana value 3 looks very appealing. We just don't have as much of it. Like if we're able to do that with really like anything but Irma, that looks great to me. Turn 2 Avenging Druid, turn 2 Kane, turn 2 like if we're putting Nashi onto the board, sure, on turn 2, I like that. If we turn 2 Fragantula or Ukuma, both look great. All of that looks great. God, yeah, I'm switching this playlist. It's hurting me. Okay. Really want to get a second opinion on your all artifact Aloy deck? I mean, you know how you could do that. Ooh, what is Smuggler Surprise? Okay, can be some card advantage. 6 mana, cheat in some creatures with like pseudo haste since we're doing it end of opponent's turn, or can be used to protect most of the creatures in the deck. Yeah, I'm not worried that much about card advantage for this deck. I think if it's doing the thing, then you don't need that many cards. Oh. What if Culling Ritual? This is one I'm definitely more careful about on the show. We might have to come back and take a look. Because like this seems pretty ideal for the deck. We're not playing a lot of low cost like stuff. This allows us to play one of our bigger creatures early, which is definitely what we want. It's just sometimes this card can be really brutal for a lot of the decks that we play. So I gotta remember to come back and look at it. Goreclaw. Goreclaw. Does that also hit our commander? Yes, it does. Okay. I think I'm on board with Goreclaw. Is this do what I want? End of turn, creature you control gain trample, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Cool. And then end of turn, creatures you control gain menace, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player discards a card. 2 instances of kind of evasion. Goreclaw as an attack trigger, yeah. We'll make an exception for Goreclaw. All right, we're suggest some evasion options. I think we want our evasion options to be doing some double duty here. I like Wing Boots because it gives evasion, and the ward is going to help to protect some of our bigger stuff early on. I think I would count also haste as a form of evasion, like only because it's a surprise, so you can Silver Shroud. Is that repeatable? I don't remember which part of it is. Because it enters, you protect a thing, and then can't be blocked. That's not bad. I might look for better, but because it's kind of like in the reverse of what I want, right? but it's still a pretty good card. Because like the trouble with it is to get value out of the shroud part, you want to play it after somebody's trying to remove your thing. Insignia is fine. Or are you thinking Regalia, probably? Yeah, I think this deck really does not want to keep mana open, is the thing. Yeah, so it's a cheap equip for legendary creatures. It's not bad, but we don't... this is better for, like, if we're doing it for the commander. Yeah, Rancor... Rancor works for me. Because you're also happy to put it on your early creatures, and then later on, you just keep running them at people. Wonder, but only if you have some loot. It's true, we have a little bit of graveyard stuff, but I don't think this deck is focused on it. Yeah, because I think I'd like the evasion to be, like, a little harder to interact with, and either repeatable or, like, reusable, if that makes sense. Oh, Chariot. Is Chariot... I always forget which abilities this actually gives. But if this is both haste and evasion, then I like that. First strike, trample, and haste. That's pretty solid. Is there an equipment that does haste and an evasion that's like doesn't cost 1 million mana? Cloak of the Bat, 2 mana. Haunted Cloak. You could always go for tap stun. But that to me is like not as effective as like giving our creature a good thing. Swifties and Greaves, yeah, but they don't do the extra thing that I want. They don't give evasion. I do think Lightning Greaves belongs in this deck. You know what? Actually, Skateboard is kind of good here. Like, I know I was saying I probably won't. I probably would prefer other methods for tap and than tap or stun. But the fact that this is cheap. It is a haste enabler that also equips for cheap and gives you the potential play to tap down a blocker. That's funny. Also, the idea of Felix 5 boots on a skateboard is really funny. That yeah, Fayamius. Yeah, you're on the same page as me. Minas Morgul, is that the shadow one? The land, right? This is good, but I wish it didn't cost 4. I personally prefer the Black Gate. Because this can enter untapped, and gives a creature unblockable. We are not as concerned about who we're hitting with them. We just want the triggers, so it does it for cheaper. All right, yeah, I think these are not happening. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fill in. Right? Are these what I want? I'm gonna fill in some lands. I'm gonna play test this, and I'm gonna see what happens. I think some of this stuff ends up getting cut, but doing some play tests will help to figure out exactly what does get cut. Hi, Avatar. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So, utility lands. Man, she's at $45. My God. Okay. Yeah, we don't. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think this is a pretty. This strategy has some potential to be like to do strong things pretty early. So I think I'll give all the decks solid mana bases. I don't think we need that to be a factor in this at all. Morphic Pool. What's the other one? What's the other one? Oh, Polluty Duty. Okay. What's our breakdown here? Definitely heavy green. Yeah, we'll go all out. What's the last one? Hedge maze. Okay, and then I think with all of those, we do like the check lands. Yeah. Okay. $32 lands. And then what do I want? I think the slow lands would be good here. And well, we need the blue black one. Shipwreck. Shipwreck Marsh. Okay. Hello, Mark. Building for the show. Felix 5 Boots, the F-bomb deck. Does Escape Tunnel matter at all for this? I'm like, I probably put it in anyway for fixing for land types, but like... Oh, you know what's cute? You can Escape Tunnel Irma and then have it copy something. It doesn't matter that much, but like, I'll include it. Sure, we'll just add another forest. All right, so I just wanted to be able to play test this. Hello, Rai Rai. One landa. One lander. I think we have a healthy number of lands in here. Man, that's also unfortunate. All right, so let's see if we keep this hand. We draw a card. Play a sad Hinterland Harbor. Pass the turn. Draw. There's the forest that we needed. Oops, sorry. Did not mean to draw that. We don't have that Shredder in hand. We'll play an Elves. Draw for our next turn. Here's a Shipwreck Marsh. 4 mana gives us a Centaur Rootcaster. Draw here. So we can have 4 or 5 mana. 5 here. Into Felix if somebody's open, which seems unlikely. This can also be Shredder here and not Felix 5 Boots. Interesting. Not the hottest start, but also our mana was a little rough. We could have been turn earlier than that. All right, we have a dork on 1. Sure. Let's go Misty into what we need, black. I think I'd like another green. So this is Overgrown Tomb. Tomb, Elves. Draw on turn 2. We get a Hinterland Harbor. Yeah, this is not ideal either. Like a dead turn 2, turn 3. We'll again have Rootcaster. Draw. So our turn 4. We can Silver Shroud the Rootcaster if we wanted to. That seems bad. Yeah, I like the Trigon idea, but I think we're just like kind of tuning some numbers. Like the Predator, I would assume makes it in. Okay. That is helpful. I think our creature already big enough for the super state. This feels like not the evasion that we want. Oh, Cybership we should probably swap out, right? Because some of this stuff cheats in creatures specifically. It's actually better to have it. Yeah, I think we specifically want this to not be Cybership. Fine with the Trigon Predator suggestion. Yeah, this just goes bigger, right? We just I think we just make this ramp. More lands. I mean, I think what we do is we replace some of these lands with like MDFCs for sure. It helps to cover like Bridgeworks. Helps to cover a little bit of our removal. What other ones? Yeah, Fell the Profane also helps to cover some of our removal. I don't remember what we have in these colors. Sync is fine. Oh, Disciple probably goes in. Okay, cool. I think Gwenna here is good. What's the Transdimensional bovine. There we go. Fierce empath. Yeah, I don't think we need to tutor for them though. Like we just need to hit any of them. Oh, Rootcaster, I really want you to be better. Predicaments I think is actually not great here. Sphinx Ambassador. I know everybody wants it. Everybody wants it. I don't know. We could like I'll talk to Mald. If he ends up playing this deck, we can sub it in. Let me see. Okay. Let's see. We go turn 1. We'll just like escape tunnel into a forest. Turn 2. We 3 visits into like Triome. Or honestly, probably a Surveil land. Got plenty of black mana. Let's do. Where's the hedge maze? There we go. Close. Look at this. Ursine. We could probably use this. Draw it. That means on turn 3, we're going here into Goreclaw. And then if we untap with that, our turn 5 could be what, like Felix for 3 mana. Nah, we probably just like Evercoat Ursine. We could drop like one with nature onto Goreclaw if we wanted. We have 2 sources of green. So actually it's probably this and like Sphere Grid. And that seems pretty great to me because then yeah. No second land here. Plenty of land in this, but it's not going anywhere. It's also not the greatest. All right, what if we keep this? We go Hedge Maze, Surveil, Undercity Sewers to the bin. Draw turn 2. Yeah, I think this is just Misty for the other Surveil land. What do we have left? We have Underground Mortuary, right? Okay, close and shuffle. Look at this. Shark Shredder, I think you go to the bin. Draw on turn 3. Turn 3, we're here. The Cane really helps. Is Codis the Fang Keeper worth adding? I think there's too much work to do with it. Like the double trigger is cute. But we would then, I think, would want a lot of other ways to support him. I don't think it's worth it. So Kane on 3. Draw on 4. On 4, I think we just hit somebody with this. We give it away. We draw 2 cards. I guess we could have Nashi'd there as well. I don't know exactly what I would have wanted, but then we put a Buster Sword on the board. We draw. It's something. It's like, it really takes a little while to get going. Which is fine, because I think the strength that it has is once it gets going, it's very strong, but I think what we actually do here, so I think we cut 1 with nature, Mark of Sakiko, to support being able to actually get those creatures on the board. Because the thing is, this deck does not want to play Felix 5 Boots on turn 4, on turn 5. They want to play a creature first, and then play Felix. So I think a lot of these little things are not really what we want. The Avenging Druid's so cool, though. I think we just like want to ramp in the early turns, play something big, and hope to like kind of move from there. And then it's just like, okay, ramp in the early turns. Now I'm gonna play a giant threat every turn. You got to deal with it, and that I think is the F-bomb way. Yes, also like Centaur Rootcaster, I think does not make the cut. But instead, let's see. Yeah, also our interaction is really, really weak here. Yeah, there we go. Somberwald Sage. And then do we have like any ramp that also allows us to be evasive? Hey, Dog Boy. Thank you very, very much. Let's take a look at what we got here. Ooh, all right. We got a deck tech for today. Dog Boy, you know what to do. You can put that deck list into the chat or into our Discord or send it to me in Ko-fi. See you, Laundry. All right. Yeah, so I think we shore up some bits of this. Do I want bracket 4? I am the problem with bracket 2, silly mana. Let's cause some problems today. Give me bracket 4, because we are building in bracket 2, so we get a little variety. I think we want a way to protect all of our stuff too. A little bit more. Good old heroic intervention seems fine. I do want like a little bit more like interaction for stuff. Oh, you know what should be in here? Glissa seems pretty solid. And then like one more good like catch-all evasion. Kitsune? No. All right, do you all want it? Because we were talking about it before. We were talking about it before. I think like it does kind of remove stuff, but it's not. I suppose. If it's it is like new hotness. I think I want another ramp piece. I need like ramp that also does something that we want. Can anybody think of like a mana rock or a mana dork that also grants evasion in some way? Otherwise, I think you just put another dork in here and call it a day. Screwdriver. Right. I should be able to recall that one. Yeah. Yeah, that's totally what I'm looking for. Okay, so now with that adjustment, if we play test, I don't think I would keep that. All right, let's go turn 1. We're going to assume that we have a green source into Halfling. Blue cast Gwenna. Draw. So now our turn 3. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. But we don't have a big guy. So like we can go tap 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, play Felix, Gwen untaps. And gets a counter, but like that doesn't do that much. And we draw again. All right, so this now we're in business, right? Okay. Oh, Cecil, you're playing Slay the Spire 2? It's so good. It's so good. Oh, dog boy. All right, this is what we're gonna be looking at. Cool. That's not what I want. Duplicate. All right, if we finish this playtest here, we go draw, polluted delta. We're gonna find hedge maze, I think. Yeah. Birds. I think we want that birds. We'll draw the birds. Play swamp, play signet, play birds, draw. Here's our turn 3. A lot that we can do here. It's funny. So if we play Felix 5 boots on this, on the next turn, we can swing birds and sneak Shark Shredder. Or play Archpriest of Shadows, but we have nothing in the graveyard. It's very close to being pretty nice here. I think it's just, yeah, there's a lot of options. This is great. Okay. Hi, Kuro. So HD, you see me in person. Do I have a lower definition IRL? All right. Oh, hi, Schultz. All right, everybody's here. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna... I'm not sure what I want here. I think it's very close. It just needs like a little like yeah, the tuning is a little off. Also, what's the oh, Felix is looking pretty cool. We went with big old bombs. This is the F bomb deck. Okay. I think I'm gonna leave this here for now. I'll tune the rest of it off stream probably, but I think we've got the right idea. I just need to run and get some food, and then we will be working on Dogboy's Zur the Enchanter list. Visual grid for this, mana value. Are there tags? Oh, there are tags. Okay, hold on. Oh wait, oh, just those 3? Okay, hold on. First, I let me look at this first. Let me look at this first. No, because if I get started, I'll forget to eat. Okay, I will be right back. Okay. We are back. Okay. Okay. What's for dinner? This is like a late lunch for me. I have just a turkey sandwich and some dill pickle chips. Mmm. Um. Hmm. You need help for the Good Time Boys title? All right, chat. So we discussed, it's me, Airball, and Mauled, and we discuss um things like things that can just be like, I guess, default settings to make you better at Magic. Like don't tap your lands until the end step kind of stuff. I think you could literally just make it like how to get good. Or um yeah, like airball's nerd stuff. Definitely, yeah. GITGUD. There are so many so many other reasons the internet is awful. All right. Yeah. I guess you could put like rules to get good at Magic. It explains a little bit more about what we're talking about. Because that's what we discussed is like specific, like this statement, if you apply it 100% of the time, is better. And it's nice and clean. Yeah, so I like rules to get good at Magic. All right. Shall we tackle Dogboy's deck? And I think you know the answer to your question for the 3 cards that you tagged already. So Zerd the Enchanter has been around as a very powerful commander for 1,000,000 years. First printed in Cold Snap. 4 mana, 1/4 flyer. When he attacks, you may search for an enchantment with converted mana cost 3 or less and put it into play. If you do, shuffle your library. Yeah. Tutor in the command zone, puts it straight onto the battlefield. All you gotta do is be able to attack. Let's just address the elephant in the room right now. So we have Marlin of the Mornsong and Mornsong Aria, both which do essentially the same thing. Players can't draw cards. And then it replaces that with, at the beginning of each player's draw step, they lose 3 life and they search for a card and put it into hand, which would be nice, except if you have an opposition agent on the field, you eat their tutor. So now, not only can they not draw cards, they also just lose 3 life, and you steal a card out of their deck. So this exists in the deck to lock our opponents out of accessing their deck for the rest of the game. And one piece of it is tutorable by Zur. So let's see how the rest of the deck is looking here. Okay. Pretty light on creatures, which makes sense since we are able to tutor for enchantments only. A lot of Staxy bits. Grand Abolisher to protect our wins. Arbiter to stop searches. So we have kind of, oh yeah, right, I switched the thing. This they can turn it off by paying 2 mana, but this also kind of works with the Marlin thing. Mind Sensor to make the search only the top 4 cards of the library. Okay, I see what's going on here. Wan Shitong also cares about opponents searching their library. You get a card. So my guess is here that Zur is almost Zur's main target is Marlin, is Mornsong Aria. So then we are getting a bunch of value out of our opponents searching their deck each time. Counters on Nikosi's Trickster, card draw out of Archivist, card draw out of Wan Shitong. And then if we don't have that, or on top of that, we are also taxing the search, limiting the search, stealing the search, making our opponent take 10 for the search. Okay. A couple sorceries, stuff to bring back our lockdown pieces. Return all of those juicy enchantments that we have not seen yet. All right, instance, I assume we were just stopping our opponents, protecting what we're trying to do, yeah. Pull from Eternity just in case we need to get one of those pieces back. Yeah, counter, removal, return. Oh wow, Limdol's Vault. If we really need to get to one of those other pieces, we can guarantee it with this. Only double Zur and Marlin. That's gross. Okay. Yeah, a lot of good interaction here. Artifacts, looks like we're all ramping with some footwear for for Zur. Oh, yes, and a Psychogenic Probe. Well done. Players also take 2 damage for their searches. All right, enchantments. So we are able to search for any of these except for Court of Ardenvale. Put them onto the board so we can copy stuff. We can tell our opponents they can't touch our stuff. Nice. We also got the Psychic Surgery, which mills an opponent, right? You may look at when the opponent shuffles a library, you may look at the top 2 cards of the library. You exile one of them and put the rest on top. Okay, yeah. So we're like kind of milling them. Very nice to be able to tutor up removal straight to the board. That's kind of cute. I would not have thought of using this card. So, searchable with Zur, goes straight to the battlefield, starts your engines, and then once you're at max speed, it is just a demonic tutor. Yeah, way to search for Marlin the creature. That makes sense. Oh my god. When one or more creatures opponent controls deals combat damage to you, that opponent gets a poison counter. So we're really don't touch me. Let me put my combo together. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. The Solemnity, do you have a combo with this? Or is this just to shut down opponents doing stuff? I don't remember seeing a second part to a Solemnity combo here. No combo? Okay. Oso, hello. And then 33 lands, which is not enough. Okay. What a rude deck. You monster. Okay, so talk to me. What are we looking for here? You feel like the deck is struggling in any particular departments, or I see that you are at 102 cards in the list. We could cut that down to 100. Archivist isn't. Oh, are we cutting this? Oh, true. Yes, that is a non-bow. But yeah, what are we looking for here? checking it out, see what you might have missed, or if it's too mean. I mean, it's I think it is appropriate for bracket 4, and it is definitely the kind of deck where I would tell my table what it is trying to do, so they are aware. Yeah, exactly. Okay. I think the big one that I noticed, I mean, like, Necropotent is a good card. But this also gets around Mornsong Aria and Marlin to be able to put cards into your hand. Like if you need more than just a single tutor per turn. Oh, so I have a deck I wanted me to look at, but I don't know what the procedure is. Oh yeah. All you got to do is go to the Ko-fi link. Easy as that. Right now, Dogboy's deck that we're looking at now is the only one on the list, so we would be able to do yours right after this. Trying to stay away from typical Xur things. I mean, like, respectfully, it's a lot of typical Xur things. Like, the combo you're trying to assemble is a little atypical, but the supporting cast is very Xur. So, like, yeah, it do be Xur. Sometimes that's just what happens. So one that stuck out to me, why the Leonin Arbiter? Because this is players can't search libraries, so it is also affecting yourself. But it's a pretty low cost to only pay 2 to turn it off. And if you're expecting a 3v1, your opponents can turn this off for each other. Just to waste mana? I mean, it wastes 2 mana, which might not even be the active player's mana. Because if, like, one player just goes, hey, if you pay for the cost, then I'll be able to search up my whatever removal to take that out. Oh, and there it is. Thanks, Oso. All you have to do is post your deck list in the chat, or like in Discord is fine too, but somewhere that I will have access to it. So let's say you're playing a game. Xur comes out. You grab your combo pieces. Now what? Are you just like kind of chilling until your opponents bleed out? Kill. All right, cool. Ooh, Treva. Marlene and make copies of her. Oh, you mean Marlin, and do like Spark Double, Chameleon, Irma. Okay, but we are still. The plan is lock them out and then just drain them over time. We can do it a little faster by clones. Yeah, right, with the search damage. Hmm. Yeah, what do we do with you? Um are you also are you dedicated to winning specifically through that combo? Because, you are in Zur, we have plenty of other things to assemble as well, or is it like that's the one that you want? What am I thinking? I mean, like, I just want to know what direction to head in. Are we really leaning into let's assemble the Marlin lockdown and then hold it out from there, or is it like, because even you have like Solemnity already in the deck, you can just put the other like one of the other pieces for this combo in like Phyrexian Unlife. But if we're looking for win the game finishers, yeah. I'm still trying to decide like what exactly are we missing here? Are you typically having people get out from under the lock? Oh, you haven't played it yet. Ah. Okay. I think the thing for me is there are two moments where you like two danger moments for this deck. One is before Zur is online. Sadly, you build almost a deck a day. That doesn't sound sad to me. So what are the things that could happen in a game that are likely to happen in a game that make it difficult for you to just play Zur and do your game plan? Kuro, what do you mean? Oh, Husky. It's a tough skill. You kind of develop it over time. I wouldn't worry too much about it as long as you're enjoying playing. You know, take a precon, start upgrading here and there, or look at other people's deck lists. Building the hybrid turtles. Just cut 13 lands, Carl. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so Knight of Bawa is kind of hitting on what I'm talking about here is Zur, your struggles are going to be what happens before Zur and what happens when you try to play Zur. I think once he's on the board, you're in great shape. But if we're playing this in like bracket 4, what happens if like somebody plays like a Dranith? I'm surprised there's not even a Swords here. You have 1, Sword of 2, 3. Personally, I don't like this card. 4. Swords just make you shuffle. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, you have to roll into some of your removal here. Yeah, there's that, or like somebody oppos you. Somebody hits you with this. And then, of course, all of the removal or counter spells that would be targeted at Zur. So I would want to tech towards that. So, like, personally, I'm gonna start touching your cards, all right? I think Void Ren is a bad card. I think 3 mana to remove one thing is does not cut it in bracket 4 or higher. Still not sure how you feel about Wrath in the deck. I think you absolutely Wrath. I think Wraths look great here. Your deck that does not run very many creatures at all, and a lot of these creatures you don't like. You're okay with them not being on the board early. Let's see. Oh, the Continue is a cool card, but I think it does not do a lot here in our deck of barely any creatures. I think I absolutely want more ways, cheap and early, to deal with my opponent's stuff. I know, brilliant, right? Suggesting Swords of Plowshares, but let me see. And I think your counter magic is also like, you don't need mana drain. You don't or like you don't need 2 mana interaction. You want it to be cheap and efficient so that you can just jam your Zur with as little open as possible, because as soon as it's going, it's going. So what could you do here? Too many things that say silence. I just need silence. So this is a nice way to lead into it. What? When did this happen? I've never seen this version of silence. That's cool. This is this is both a good tool to stop a lot of the decks that you'll be playing against that like to play a bunch of spells in the higher brackets. It also means you can cast it as a first spell in your turn. And if they let it resolve, then you're like, cool, here's Zur, equip, boots, swing. Now we're all set up. Let's see, yeah, fierce and force. Like Irma on 3, Zur on 4. Yeah, swing Irma as Zur. Yeah, I love that. Oh, I didn't even look. Some checks for the lands. Check this baby out. You want haste in your Esper deck? Haul the Bandit Lord. Also, I think you probably want to be running Mist. Oh, I don't remember what Mist. What's the land, everybody? What's the can't be countered land? Mistrise, thank you. Mistrise Village. And keep the changes in the deck? Okay. This is not going to be coming in untapped, but that's fine. You play it on turn 1 or turn 2 or something. But being able to cast Zur that can't be countered, really important for what for the decks that you'll be playing against. I'll leave the Necro here since you're trying to avoid like a lot of the stereotypical Zur stuff, and that I think is about as stereotypical as you get. I think Cavern of Souls also belongs here. Because That's the beauty with Zur, is there are not a lot of interaction points where you can stop what it's doing, but one of them for sure is countering it. Let's see. I'm going to cut this Field of Ruin. At the very least, it should be a demolition field or a strip mine or a wasteland or something like that. But I'm not sure what lands actually stop you, like, stop what you're trying to do here. But it makes everyone search. I mean, yeah, but if you set up your lock, then it doesn't matter, right? Because here's one of the struggles. This is for sure a bracket 4 type of strategy. It's a bracket 4 types of cards. But it means that you have to kind of adopt the bracket 4 mindset, or you have to be prepared for your deck to lose a lot. So you tell me which one you want, because I support both. Do we want a heavily thematic and kind of funny deck that we will play in bracket 4 and accept that we're taking like strategic and optimization hits for stuff like that? Or do you want this to be like, I want this deck to be like winning a bunch of bracket 4 games? Because I think it's totally fine to go either direction, but that's the kind of thing where it's like, oh, all right, I want everything that cares about searching or makes my opponent search. Okay, at a certain point, you are choosing like worse cards to do it. And a lot of those card choices are going to hurt like pretty significantly if you're trying to like really win your bracket 4 games. But thinking either full bracket 4 or bring it down to bracket 3 and have fun being the bolus. I mean, yes, those are the two, essentially the two options that I gave you. It feels like this is more, you don't care about winning and want to be the problem. Okay, then that is the thing that we can, in that case. Okay, let's make our opponents do some searching. Difference between the different brackets. If you look up the bracket system online, it's a guideline, not a strict rule set, a guideline that has been produced by the Commander Format panel with the help of Wizards to group decks and mindsets into categories that make for better like games. That's the basic idea. Okay. Well, then what we need to do is find more ways to get people to search. Um, oh, all right. It's not going to be that easy. All right. Well, for one, I'm going to show you Xur 2. I have been looking for a place to put this card for forever. I think it's awesome. This is Guardian Sunmare. It does have a normal version as well, but the crazy horse is kind of funny to me. If you saddle it, it essentially does Xur, but even better because it's not limited to just enchantments. Hey, King Cow, thank you for doing that for Husky. So, and this also has Ward 2. It gives you a secondary option for doing the Xur stuff. Hey, Jarvis. Okay, so I guess Sarah Paragon here is to bring back the pieces that you are concerned about. I think this is there are better ways to do this. Putting it on a creature makes it very easy to remove. And this, you run the risk of exiling your thing when you bring it back, and Pull from Eternity is your only way to get it back. Stream's going pretty great, Jarvis. We got a deck text today. And built one for the show. The telepathy is interesting. So, like, are you just using this to kind of like sniff out the counter spells? Oh, that's a fun theme. I think we probably want to sub Norn's Decree out for something as well. Because, like, this disincentivizes players from attacking you, but not enough to stop them from attacking you. It just doesn't do a good job unless you also have some poison or, like, proliferate kind of stuff. Here's the other piece to your solemnity. So solemnity, players can't get counters, and Phyrexian Unlife says, if you have 0 or less life, all damage is dealt to you as though its source has infect, which puts counters on you, which can't happen, and you don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. I mean, if we're doing it, we're doing it, right? I think I'd also get rid of this Court of Ardenvale. Like, between the propaganda and ghostly prison kind of stuff, you're okay at holding on to the Monarch. But with so few creatures, that's one of the things your opponents will be doing, is hitting you. I just think we can do that kind of thing of bringing back our lockdown pieces with better cards. Consider Season of the Burrow, I think this is the right one. Yeah. Season of the Burrow. So we have multiple removal, because you can choose 5 pause worth of modes. So you can hit 2 non-land permanents, exile them, and make a rabbit, or you can exile 1 and return a permanent with value 3 or less from graveyard to the battlefield with an indestructible counter on it. Energy Field, Web of Inertia. I thought Energy Field was until something hit your graveyard. When a card is put into your graveyard, sacrifice? Isn't Web of Inertia just... the beginning of each opponent combat, they move a removal card in the graveyard. If they don't, they can't attack? Yes, right. Rest in peace being the one that you're looking for. If you're looking to be like the bad guy, you should just run Rest in Peace in this deck. I guess because you're like maybe a little worried about your stuff going away, but this shuts down so many decks. So many decks that care about their graveyards just roll over and die to Rest in Peace, which I guess is kind of a funny way to put it. Right. Right, you can't Zur it. My thought here would be, don't run the Energy Field, but run the Rest in Peace. Like, you already have, if you have ways to not be taking damage that you don't need the Energy Field. But I think that Rest in Peace is very strong. To Graves Islands. I mean, I don't know how we get it into play. I think Imprison the Moon is also a pretty bad card. We can cut that. We've got other ways to remove stuff. We've got other ways to turn off commanders. I also think we can cut Reconnaissance. The only thing that we have that we're swinging with, that we really need to be swinging with, is Zur, and it flies. If we can't find a single player that we can get a clean attack with a 1/4 flyer on, then something is wrong. I assume the Gearhawk is also kind of a catch-all for removal. But I think all of those options to remove stuff should be as cheap as we can get them, or have some like serious upside. All right, I'm gonna tell you to be responsible with this knowledge. If you are building the deck to be the bad guy, and it's a Zur deck, this is one of the big bad guy cards of all time. Players play with their hands revealed, so you get the telepathy annoyance factor. And then if a player would draw a card, they instead reveal it, and then anybody can pay 2 life to have him put it just into the graveyard instead of drawing it. And it has his name on it. I know, right? The fact that Zerg can't get it. I was unsure on how I was going to feel about this in the deck, but yeah, if the Arya stays in, there's no card draw, right? But I think what we have to do here is like that is a suggestion if you're looking for that flavor, for that bad guy factor. I feel like Teferi is pretty good here as well. If we're running Grand Abolisher, we're probably happy with this effect. And it is a way to remove pieces that are stopping Zur. I definitely want to like bolster this interaction suite. I think I'd be happy to run a Dispel here. Because a lot of things that you're worried about are like Zerg getting countered, or Zerg getting removed in response to you going to combat or trying to attach Lightning Greaves. And those are all going to be instants. Would Isochron Scepter be good for this? I think it's fine, but... King Cow, thank you. Oh man, I had a thought and then it fluttered away. Hey, Wild Bill, thank you. I try, you know. White guy who increases stuff by 1 tithe taker. I think that's fine. That's fine. We don't really need don't really need it in creature form though. Chain of Vapor. Yeah, Chain of Vapor's fine. Yeah, I guess like the slightly Into the Flood Maw is the other one that's a little more accessible. Charitable Levy. I could see Charitable Levy, but like the fact that it goes away means it's not a great option for after Zur. Yeah. Oh no, we're not in bracket 2. Don't worry, we are not in bracket 2. This is not a show deck. These are on a deck tech now zombie token. I wonder. Hold on. All right, so I'm gonna think about this for a moment. How I feel about Out of Time is a fetchable board wipe. Burrito, when am I shaving my head again? I don't know. There may be plans already, but I'll never tell. Yeah, Out of Time is a searchable board wipe. And it shuts off commanders. The thing is, though, it's not selective, so if you are searching for this with Zur, he will get phased out. But it's also very good to be played before Zur. Sometimes you're just getting that stuff off the board. And if you've got your... I don't know how I feel about this. I think the only thing I like about it is that it is searchable. but that might be a thing that you need anyway. Yeah. Okay. I think the Hour Victor is a cute idea, but this seems ungodly slow. This feels like molasses. I think I would rather that just be any other tutor. Zero is your first CEDH? Yeah. This is good old fashioned casual meanser. If you zero it, it's on 2 turn 1 of it played. Yes, it is. And then you still have to wait 2 more rotations before you can use it. Where else we cut down here? Objarl, hello. We're deck teching Dogboy Mark's Zur the Enchanter list. What was I had an idea. What was I doing? Yeah. I think the speed thing is still so bad that it is not worth it at that point. I think you can replace that with practically any tutor period, and it is a better option. I had a oh. I'm looking for. There are definitely better options than what was already in there for this kind of return effect. Maybe there's not, but I don't think that you need a lot of these like types of effects. And I like them centralized here for like, I'm going to return this one time and then you're not going to deal with it again. That's what this is based off of? Yeah. But the only times that these should be going to your graveyard is because people removed them. And so I'd rather just stop them from removing them. Like, if you had a secondary, like, reason things were dying, then I'd feel better about those cards. But you just have like you have your combo pieces, and then you protect your combo pieces. And if they go away, then you only need a couple versions of return the stuff from the graveyard. Group has been playing Croson Grip. Santi, this is a Zur the Enchanter deck. Where did it? Yeah, we can drop an Urza's Cave in here, which reminds me, because now you have a bunch of ways to deal with what your opponents are probably doing, which is if you know somebody's holding on to counter spells, you search up Mistrise Village. If you really need the haste to happen and you feel like you have a window, you search up Hall of the Bandit Lord. Or if you need to return something, you search up Hall of Heliod's Generosity. What bracket is this for? This is like a mean bracket, a mean bracket 3 or a suboptimal bracket 4. Yeah. I like Urza's Cave here much more than the Expedition map, because then we don't have to spend a spell slot for it. Like, if we were really focused on certain lands, then we'd go with Expedition map, but Urza's Cave just sits in the mana base. Yeah, I think you can cut down on this copy artifact, because if you have an artifact on the board that you want to copy, then Zur doesn't care if the card costs 2 or 3. You just tutor for Mirror Maid. Like, these are powerful effects, but I don't think that you need to have all of them here for this to work. And of course, we're at the point now where we are cutting good cards, but we have to get to 100 cards. Copy artifact is for the search damage artifact. I mean, you got Mirror Maid. Because the other thing is, you have no way to get this card. This is not searchable, so you have to naturally rip this card. So having two then things that one that is specifically to copy that, and one that is more flexible. You just keep the one that's more flexible. You search with Morning Song. All right, let's. I'm now like, I don't know if I can get into the spreadsheets of it, but we could do the math on how many turns it takes and how many, like, what the order of your searches would be in a game. Because like I said, we're cutting good cards. You're just at that point, but you have to get it to 100, and some of the redundancies are too redundant, where I think if you lean too far towards trying to do the goofy thing with a deck that has to be played at a higher bracket, then you just don't get to do anything. Yeah, see, this is it's very hard to trim down now because we're trying to balance the we're trying to balance the well-earned hee hee ha ha cards with still making this function. Okay, actually, here's a place where I think you can cut. I think you can cut Ghostly Prison and Propaganda here. Because you have Solitary Confinement, which you can tutor for, and then you also have Solemnity Unlife to try to find. You have like tutorable removal. And you have a board wipe that you can search for. Are we... Is this the only basic check? Yeah. Let's drop this Prairie Stream. Yeah, because if we look at this, we can go draw on turn 1, haul, draw on turn 2. Let's see. I guess I'm worried about not hitting another untapped land, so we'll play this Arcane Sanctum, which makes me sad. Then we immediately hit the next untapped land. All right. Yeah, I think after this Nerd Girl, I have we have a deck tech from Oso, and then I will be done. So this is our turn 3. We have removal or board wipe, so we're pretty happy with that. Oh, I guess this has to be Godless Shrine, right? Yeah, and then we draw, play land, cast Zur, has haste from all the Bandit Lords, swing, grab something, and then start going. So yeah, on this run, you can go land, signet, draw. Oof, missing the land drop. You can hard cast Marn Song Aria here. It feels pretty bad though. It like ensures you hit the next land drop. Yeah, that's a little. I think that's a little too much. Put like a Psychogenic Probe out. Draw. Hey, Soul Ring, we'll take it. We have no blue mana. Rough. Yeah, I think any hand that you get Hall of the Bandit Lord puts you like a full turn ahead. So I'm pretty happy with any of those. Draw this Signet. Yeah, so this is turn 3. Play Zur, swing Zur. Yeah, I think those are my thoughts here. It's a tricky spot to try and lean into like a flavor or a theme or a particular thing so much at the cost of the optimization of the deck when the deck just naturally has to be played at a higher bracket. Oh, it's all right. Oh, so we were wrapping up now anyway, but um I totally understand that life also exists, but we are probably going to get yours started soon. It will be on the VOD either way, whether you're here or no. Be better to drop to bracket 3. I think your biggest problem with putting into bracket 3 is like what your deck wants to do is on the borderline of what people want to see in bracket 3. Like it just sits in this weird spot of, hey, my deck, if left unimpeded, can very quickly assemble a lockout of everybody for the entire game while they sit and get drained out. And that can be a very fascinating puzzle to try and solve, but I don't know that it is a bracket 3 sort of puzzle. For Treva, it was a pet project because one of your favorite cards you pulled as a kid. Yeah, the Invasion Dragons were sick. Yeah, Dog Boy, I'm like I'm pretty solid on this deck list, but I think the big decision to make is either lean into the bracket 4 nature of it and support it with some cards that allow you to actually do the thing, and at the concession of some of the cards that are only here for like theme and flavor. Like Kosi's Trickster does not really do much for you in this deck, but it cares about your opponent shuffling their library, which is the hee hee ha ha that we're doing. Lean and Arbiter does not really put much of a barrier in the way for anybody, but again, cares about players searching libraries. So bump it to bracket 4, start cutting stuff like this. Or move it down to bracket 3 and apply one more restriction to the deck. Like, I don't know. I was trying to think if any of the companions work with it, but you can't Luris, you can't Garuda because then you can't play your combo pieces, and you can't Yorion because it's illegal. No Oppo. There you go. That would definitely do it. Where you're like, hey, I'm playing Zur, and I'm gonna try and get you all to shuffle your deck as much as possible and search, and I'm gonna cause problems for it, but I'm not running opposition agent, so I'm not trying to lock you out. And I think that is a very fair way to do this. Yeah. Like even more so, if I was playing this in bracket 3, what I would focus my deck on doing this, on setting up the Obnixilis on board, so that it's like, hey, you can search and stuff, but you're gonna take 13 per turn to figure it out. And then they tutor up removal, and you're like, cool, don't. Like having that as your win condition, because it also means that if you've accomplished what your deck is trying to do, your opponents don't have to sit and wait for multiple turns while you make copies of 2 damage per turn. And Ob Nixilis just kills them very fast. Yes, there you go. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Or also you have now you can use like your creature clones on Ob Nixilis. So that I really like. But I think for now we've had a really good discussion on this, and I think adjusted the deck list in a way that should help it run a little smoother in what you're doing already. But let's take a look at this Treva deck. So, as we saw, submitted by Oso Shockin, Treva the Renewer is also like Commander. We can say Commander royalty. Did I not copy this? There we go. Okay. Because the original cycle of Invasion Dragons was definitely some of the more played commanders before Wizards started designing for Commander. So 6 mana, 6/6 flyer in Bant. When it deals combat damage to a player, you can pay 3, and if you do, choose a color. You gain 1 life for each permanent of that color. So we want a lot of permanents on the board of the same color. We want to be able to get Treva on the board and hitting a player. Let's see what this looks like. So lots of, slightly less creatures than your average deck, but we've got a bunch of cheap ones because we want permanents on the board. We've got Mana Dorks. We have Surprise Ruin Crab. Interesting. Some card draw. Beginning of your end step, opponent mills X, where X amount of life you gained. That's pretty mean. More card draw, double mill. Oh. Interesting. Is this going to be Treva Mill? Huh. Yeah, it's life gain mill Treva. I like it. Okay. So we have ways to get our opponents drawing cards. Works nicely with the Fairy Mastermind. Yeah, more like opponents draw. We have mill secondary. Yeah, Hope seems excellent for this deck. This is pay X, draw X, where X is the amount of life you gained. This also converting life gain into card draw, converting card draw into life gain. Okay, and tap for equal to the amount of life you've gained this turn. Okay. So we've got some ramp. We've got some more big mills. Yeah, Space-Time Anomaly can very much become a one-shot if you're gaining chunks of life. All right, very interactive. Ooh, Tangle. There's a card I don't see played enough. 2 mana, prevent all combat damage to be dealt this turn, and attacking creatures don't untap during their next untap step. which is not a green thing at all. But they got it for this card. It's a fog variant that I definitely like. Sway of Illusion, very cute. Turn all of your creatures to the same color. Then Treva gains you all of that life. I did not see a Will Scion of Peace, but that is a good suggestion. Okay, we got a little bit of ramp. More mill. More mill. More mill. Buffing our life gain. Mesmeric Orb is always big mills. Isochron Scepter. What are the goodies we can put on there? Isochron Scepter Tangle, I guess. Enchantments. Mill. Yep, Shifting Sky to also permanently change all of our stuff into one color for Treva. Defense of the Heart is a card. Cool. Okay, nice. This is, I think, the main land I would be looking for. Also a half mill. All right. This is a very cool way to do this. Okay. Well, here's some suggestions just for some basic stuff. So you're running Nature's Lore, Farseek, Cultivate, Planar Genesis, Growth Spiral, all of these ramp cards that don't leave you with permanents other than lands on the board. If it were me, I'd be cutting some of these for things that stick around on the board, since Treva will also count those in your numbers, like Fertile Ground gives you another permanent, which is affected by like Shifting Sky. Also the new one. What's the new one that was just came out in Lorwyn, which actually cares about colors? Shimmer Wild's Growth. There we go. Yeah. You turn the land into the chosen color, and you are ramping and fixing your mana. I would be definitely looking for those over the instant and sorcery versions. Yeah, the mirror form is pretty great. Like the fact that it's such like the potential of it is so high, but you're probably just using it to make everything one color. This is also always an option. I don't know if you got a painter servant lying around somewhere. I actually pulled one of these in Lorwyn. I was pretty psyched. but there's another way to turn all of your stuff into one color. Yeah. But definitely something to consider. Move it to the sideboard. Let's see. Life gain into mill. Yeah, the Verdict and Wrath seem a little off for a deck that really wants permanents to be on the board. I'm trying to think of what I would want over that, because I think like, especially for the Wrath of God, unless this is also for the nostalgia factor, you want something that's going to dodge some of your own cards. I mean, like, even good old Austere Command. So many of you've only got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and your commander that costs more than 3. And if you got to blow them all up, then you got the option. Oh yeah, like the suggestion for like Winds of Abandon also. Is there a mass stun sorcerer that you're not thinking of? I mean, not mass stun. What's the Oh, why can't I think of it? The one that puts a cursed roll on everything. But yeah, like things like that are seem like a better option. Asinine Antics, thank you, HD. Oh, what's Frost Fist? Is that... This only hits 1, right? Yeah, this only hits 1. But yeah, Asinine Antics as a way to shrink everything. It is a little pricey, but if you want it, but like it's not even that pricey. For 4 mana, you turn everything small. And then for 6, you can do it at instant speed. Yeah. Also, I guess I keep going back and forth on how I'm actually putting these cards in, but we'll leave these in the main deck. Yeah, I don't think we have enough color changing stuff like that is specific. Celestial Dawn. Oh man. Celestial Dawn. I have not thought about that card in a while. This is like it turns everything white, and then you can spend white mana as though it's mana of any color. I think that actually like causes some issues for this deck, right? Because Celestial Dawn wants to be in a mono white deck, I think. Lands you control are planes. Non-land cards you own that aren't in play, spells you control, and non-land permanents you control are white. You may spend white mana as though a mana of any color. You may spend other mana only as though it were colorless mana. That's the tricky part. Is it wrecks your mana base. Reason to run Armadillo Cloak? I think that's very possible. Like, the number of creatures you actually have that you care about going to combat is pretty low. It's really just Treva. This is a personal preference just because it's on my bucket list, my commander bucket list. But Angel of Destiny seems to fit pretty nicely here since we're really trying to gain life. And if we're trying to mill our opponents out, we don't care if they are gaining life along with us. I just really want I want to kill people with this card. So like I don't think this is great, but consider. Yeah, the Armadillo Cloak though does not care about Mind Skinner because Mind Skinner is preventing all of that damage, so you never gain it. I also don't know how crazy you want to get here, but I think this is funny. Oh, it's an instant, right? It's an instant. I forgot. Double target player's life total. Which counts as life gain. So like, can you imagine? You've got hope on the board. They're like, okay, but how much life can you possibly gain here? And you're like, all of it. All of it. Yeah. Oh, hope. Yeah, hope is the like you hope that that is on the board the entire time. So like, is there a way? I mean, how do you feel about tutors for this? Also considering Jace's archivist. Hmm. Because I feel like, right, Recruiter the Guard grabs Hope, and it's like this is a pretty reasonable tutor. Like we're in bracket 3 technically because of Consphinx, but like I feel like this is an appropriate tutor for the level that we're playing at with this deck. Hmm. Yeah, see, so thanks for the submission. And I feel like I'm like on the brink of something particularly good. So you'll get to see it in the VOD. Which, by the way, if you didn't know, everybody, these deck tech days always get saved and uploaded to YouTube on the Decked Out VOD channel. Oh, oh. Wendy's, uh they are done day of specifically because uh like my schedule is pretty volatile, and so I can't guarantee that I'm here every Wednesday. And that way, like, I don't want to have people's like deck techs get delayed or like backed up because there's like a week or two that I can't make the stream, and then there's like 6 deck techs in waiting. So yeah, they'll always be the day of. Although if you're in the Discord, sometimes you'll get a heads up that uh like on Monday or Tuesday where I'm like, I know that I can do the stream this week, and you'll see it there. I did find something fun for Treva. If we use Finest Hour, whenever creature you control attacks alone, if it's a first combat of each turn, untap that creature additional combat phase, which means that we can Treva twice. You suggested that? When did you suggest that? Aha. Oh, yeah, there it is. Wow, I can't believe that I personally was the first one to think of this enchantment. Finest hour. Very smart. So brilliant. Yeah, I think that's a great ad for this. Something, something, color pie break, something, something. What is Honor the Fallen? Can't feels like not a creature. Did I miss it? There it is. This is remove all creatures and graveyards from the game. Gain a life for each card removed this way. Very cute. Very cute. So like also if we consider Sadek is very good at defending against like aggro strategies. It kind of gets around a lot of defenses. How does deck like this beat combos? I mean, counter spells? Like, clearly this is a lower power deck. Like, Treva has gotten power crept significantly since its printing. So the combo decks that it's likely to face are ones that can be interacted with by the average deck. So this suite of stuff is what's going to do it. 4-mana gain 20 life, worth it for this deck? I guess it depends on how you're doing it. I mean, I put in 6 mana, gain however much life you're at, so... Oh, is there's a, yeah. There's a Soul Sister missing. Guide of Souls. Only triggers are on our own stuff, but means that we can also, like, give Hope flying for that lifelink. You know, or Shanna. Good night, Zombie Token. I'm also like, I don't know. I feel like a Dragon Lord Dramoka kind of slaps here. Because of our, like, can't be countered, opponents can't cast spells during a turn, has lifelink. Sometimes you just need, like, I don't know. It feels like a piece that really locks down the game where you're like, I'm gonna get to do my thing, and leans into what you're doing here. River Churn's in here, yeah. I'm pretty sure we've hit all of the good mill options. Yeah, we have water, and I think wind is fine, but I don't think it's one that we need here. Jace and the Teferi, or the Jace one is definitely here. There's the Jace one, and I think the Teferi one is not great for us. I don't remember what the name of it is, but it like cares about when we draw cards, right? We don't consistently draw cards. Hmm. Tricky. Yeah, tutelage. Yeah, I think that's not right. Whenever you draw, yeah. Ishtola. Now that let's check out, because if it's got enough synergy to function with some of the other cards in the deck, I'm on board. But if its purpose is only for extra end step triggers for hope, then I'm less on board. Because like we don't have a lot of things that are good for blinking. And it does not really, it doesn't yeah, it doesn't synergize with a commander at all. So I like the idea, but I think I don't want a 6 mana card in that only works if I have one of the other cards in, and then at that point only part of the card is working out with it. Hmm. Thought Vessel, what are you here for? When are we drawing that many cards? Metal Dad. Or Deck Tekken. I guess, I mean, if Consecrated Sphinx is out, that's one way where you're consistently drawing that many cards. I'm not counting Shana because it means that you're dumping a ton of mana into that as well. I don't think it's likely that you're paying so much mana that the Thought Vessel is super necessary. Like, you know, there could be the Kami and Fairy Mastermind combo, but I still think that that's a slot that you don't really need in this deck. I don't think you need the Thought Vessel here. Yeah. Graveyard Hate. I mean, yeah. You certainly could. There's like this. Um, or you could just play through it. Right? Because it's like teching for a problem that may not be a problem. And at that point you decide, okay, assuming that I don't have options for this, what happens in the game? And at that point you just go, great, I just continue to mill you out and I win. Like you definitely would be helping another player if they had a graveyard based strategy. But I think with this deck at this bracket, I would not be main decking like Graveyard Hate. It would have to really synergize with the deck, kind of like the Honor the Fallen suggestion. Caduceus is a cool card. Oh, that is not spelled right. I keep forgetting to pick up one of these for myself. So we're giving lifelink, which Treva does actually not have. And then if you have 30 or more life, which you probably do, it's +5/+5 and indestructible. I think this is a good one. Words of Worship. The skip your next draw and gain 5. That's interesting. That's interesting. I want to say that the card is not relevant for a lot of the time because you don't want to play it if it's not going to do big things. So like multiple draws. But our number of cards that actually helps is Mastermind, Kami, Quain. I feel like it's kind of tough for Shana because you're paying double. You're paying for the draws and you're paying for skipping the draws. Like Sphinx. I think you could count Sphinx of the Revelation there because you're paying mostly energy for that. Tatiova. Windfall, I suppose. I think it's a lot. I like that card a lot more in a deck that is drawing more cards I can imagine, but we just cut Thought Vessel because we weren't drawing that many cards. And yeah, swap Fog for Hollow. Is that the one with I don't remember what that one also has. Marine Evangelist Grimoire. I considered that. But I think I think we end up building a different deck. I think if we were to take all of these suggestions and make that a basis for a deck, we could do that, and that would totally work. Voice of Victory instead of the Dragon? Nah. Because the whole point of playing this instead of Voice of Victory is not to stop the main point is not to stop our opponent from casting spells on our turn. It's the whole package. It's this I can play late. It itself is a big, dumb creature that lifelinks. And on top of that, it is stopping your opponents from doing the thing. Oops, sorry. I was muted. Wait, so you're saying swap Fog for this? This is bad. It's prevent all damage target spell would deal this turn. So, like, aside from the dream of targeting a blasphemous act with this is so narrow. Yeah, right. Crackle with power. Exactly. But yeah, no, I think the hollow is pretty bad. Let me see if I can find a couple other places to trim down in this list. It's a lot of counter magic. I know Osa likes his counter magic. This is a lot for a deck that is probably not doing the most troublesome thing at the table. I think No More Lies is pretty bad for Commander. Like, you will get some people in it, but a lot of times you're going to look at it in your hand and be like, if this was any real counter spell, then I'd be in good shape here, but it's not. So I would definitely be dropping that out of here. Yeah, I also think Jace's Erasure is just like, it's so weak. It's so weak. Like, here's a card draw, mill one, player one, or versus Psychic Corrosion. Here's draw a card, mill a total of 6 cards. Even at its best, it just doesn't quite do enough here. Restoration Magic, I mean, like, I think you only play Restoration Magic and stuff like Heroic Intervention, etc., in decks where you can't just counter the thing that you're stopping. Odin, yeah, this is Bant Mill. Bant Mill, life gain, go wide, old school Treva. Like it's a delight. I do also like, why are we running fogs in this? If our whole thing is that we can gain a bunch of life, we can just take the shot on the chin. Like, I'm cool with one because this also gives us another turn, or we can go, great, I locked down their creatures, everybody else hit them. Isn't tutelage better than erasure? I mean, like, yes, but doesn't tutelage also target? Yeah, target opponent mills 2 cards. So, like, it is definitely better than Jace's erasure, but I don't think you play either of those here. The ley line that gains life, I don't think that you want to run any ley lines in Commander unless you are happy to pay full cost for that ley line. Oh, we're thinking Sphinx's tutelage. Draw, target opponent puts the top 2, and they continue until they don't share color. That is the version of this that I would consider running in this, because per draw you're getting at least 2 cards, but I think this is still tough. If you combine this with Water Crystal, now you're in business. So I think that's better. Hey Balco, we are wrapping up the deck tech for this Treva list, which is making me very happy. What's this Hall Creeper here for? What are you copying? Everything that we want to copy, I think, is legendary. Yeah, everything that we want to copy is legendary, except for, like, Con Sphinx. Yeah, it works with painters, but we're not running painters. Yeah. Yeah. What's our graveyard hate? Our graveyard hate is kill the player. Yeah, I think I'm also I'm a hater of the casual defense of the heart. So, like, a personal thing is I would cut that card. But that is just me. I think because it's a card you can just jam in anything and becomes incredibly powerful. Oh, I didn't even think about this. Yes, Asinine Antics is actually excellent for this deck. I just realized because it is creating all of these cursed roll tokens that you control. So then when you play your Shifting Sky, all of those are also the color of your choice, which affects the Treva trigger. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, no. I'm saying for sure we keep Asinine Antics in. It's even better than I had I had thought about when I suggested it. Um. Right. This ghostly prison I think can go for the same reason. Like from whatever else we were talking about before. We don't need prison. We don't need propaganda. Our deck life gains. That's the way that we fight against decks that are swinging at us. All right. I think that I will leave that there for now. I believe that Nerd Girl is picking up the stream as soon as I am done, so I will check to see. Hey, Mofo Silva. The whole Vecna package in Ishtola. Yeah, I'm here for it. All right. Well, two nice deck techs today. We built Felix 5 boots F bombs. And then that still leaves open some other options for builds. Hey Santi, I would love to look at your deck. But for today, I have to end the stream a little bit early because I've got some more stuff to do today. So I was only gonna do the two. But I should be streaming here every Wednesday. Schedule for the channel yet? Lightly. You can expect me to be here on Wednesdays. And Kuro doing spell table on weekends. Any more plans for Slay the Spire? Oh, of course. I think the eventual plan is that I will also be streaming every Sunday, and that will not be deck techs. So I will probably be doing it then. All right, everybody. Well, stick around because Nurgle is taking over immediately after. So yeah, don't touch that dial. If she is ready, I will